Good morning. Welcome to Friday, the 10th of July, 2026. This is Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I see on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking. I only trade structured, vetted, statistically verified setups that have a proven edge and expectancy. I trade them live, real time on Bookmap. There will never be any trades on this channel that are not live. They'll never be replayed. There'll never be recordings. And I only take trades on the channel on the stream. So never a situation where, I miraculously made a bunch of money in the afternoon after the stream. And what all of that stuff that I watched for years and thought, oh, well, that's ridiculous. Anyway, having said that, though, the intention here is not to provide financial or trade advice because I'm not licensed to do that. There's a disclaimer in the description here. Please read that. Again, though, it is my virtual trading journal, and I just allow anybody to watch over my shoulder and contribute or, in the chat for the sake of transparency and accountability. But what good would a trading journal be if I didn't include my trades? Doesn't make sense. So there you have it. And there's a delay here on YouTube. So don't use it for financial or trade advice, whatever you do. Okay, having said that, let's get on to the pre-market stuff here. The news and the reports. Well, not anything really shaking right now. We got a real quiet morning. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Earnings have started, but they're not off to a real big swing yet. Next week, I'm sure they'll ramp up. This is my traditional news source, which is investing.com. I like it because I enjoy the format here for, if I'm going to copy and paste into Discord or somewhere. It's also, you can filter these for wherever you are. It's free. You can tell by the ads floating around here. I do that on purpose because I want to have anybody that comes through the stream be able to have the same resources that I use. I think that's only makes common sense. Investing.com only deals with traditional economic and financial news and reports, FOMC, non-farm payroll, GDP, PMI, that sort of thing. And you'll notice that any of that if you hover over any of the event titles, it turns to a URL, so you can go see. If you don't know what building permits month over month for May in Canada is about, you can click that link and it'll tell you all about it. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, similar to investing.com in that there's a calendar. You can filter for whatever you want. They have a squawk box feature here on the right. But primarily, the main reason I like Financial Juice is if they get enough warning, they will bring non-traditional financial events into this calendar through the day, and events that are likely to have a potential risk for our market. So I like that. And then there's the ongoing squawk box over here, which is, here's what happens when the Canadian unemployment comes up, and here's what happens when Qatari negotiators are trying to put a lid on all this silliness. Russia's going to blow everybody up. It's really, it's pretty weird. Anyway, that's our news. So let's get on with the pre-market here. This is investing.com, Investor RT. Boy, I say that every morning. It's Investor RT. This is my basic charting. And it's real straightforward. First of all, there are, if you look in the header of any of these charts, you'll see the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. This is the micro tab and the micro ES, micro NQ. The micro ES, my high time frame chart, which we refer to as a micro composite. And this is a market profile. It is ES, not MES. I don't change it back and forth to micros. I do change it from full session to RTH session. And then there's a similar tab here for the minis. Same idea. Going around these various charts, starting with the high time frame here, which is generally important, in my opinion. Start from the top down. Again, micro ES, daily time period, and 1 day chart of the RTH session. So each one of these candles is one full RTH trading session. Yesterday, day before, etc. Wherever price overlaps, I pull this volume profile around them, and that gives me a micro composite VPOC, these high and low volume nodes, which these red and green lines represent. And the values for those red and green areas are pushed to bookmap. The session prices here are also pushed to bookmap. What do we have for volume this morning? Ooh, 68%. Light. Weekend. Geopolitical disasters on every front. Home disasters at home, the economy, the unemployment. You know, because of this mess, gas prices are back up and crude zoomed up again. Now crude fall, because Qatari went there to talk, now the crude price drops, and you know, there's a lot of people making a lot of money with advanced knowledge about this crazy stuff, I think, probably. Anyway, let's look at bookmap, which is right here. This is my execution platform. This is the blue boy, which is a blue vertical line that I put on the first print of every session. So this is the first print of the ETH session so far. The reason I do that is this area right here is the inside market. This is the live data column. This is right here, right now. This is the first print. So there's no question in my mind when I glance left here that I have the full session in view. Can't possibly misunderstand the context. That's very important. As far as the columns go, there's micro composite column where I manually enter these values. The high and low volume nodes that I spoke about that push here. This is the full session volume profile. Started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 tonight. It's not the Globex, it's not the ETH, it's the Globex. And this is the RTH volume profile and delta. These are the statistics and the statistics column, which is important to me. We'll go through how I determine the statistic open and then where the statistics come from for their associated prices. And these are the session prices for my RT. This is the full level 2 order book. In other words, these are the two most important columns from a dome. I don't have the dome open here anymore because I don't trade off of it. And I wanted the real estate back. So this is the full level 2 ask and bid and the prices. I don't do anything mysterious or magical here or any kind of indicators, just volume, statistics, and price. I think that's enough. So notice that there's no indicators here or on Bookmap or IRT. There are only POC, which is just the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, right here. 75.37.5, the most contracts have traded, 29.19. The minute that we trade 29.20 at one of these other prices, this yellow line moves there. That's all. It plots the complete line so that I have some indication as to this is from yesterday's RTH, of course. This is the ETH. So 34.25 is the current one, and that's 75.78 right there. This is kind of a muted yellow. That's the full session, and this is the RTH. VWAP, Globex, RTH, and there's a mid. The rest are session prices. Straightforward, no problem. There's the IB high. And that is, the IB high and low sometimes confuse people because of the naming, I suppose. They are nothing more than the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. That's it. So let's get on with this. Is resting liquidity. So it's at one point at 1900 last night until 2250. This liquidity was resting in the book. That's all there is to it. This is a graphic representation of the liquidity at whatever time that is. So there you go. Let's look at the statistics now. How we determine the statistic open type, of which there's only 4, is real simple, again, and it's only 2 criteria. If we opened right here, right now, at current price, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the high, and below us is the low. So it's higher in range. So we're going to change this to the current configuration. And the reason I keep the title up to date every day is so that I can glance at a screen snap or the stream, see that column title, and know what the relationship was for these statistics. And then we're going to clear the notes or the statistics from yesterday and go get the new ones for today. And you do that right over here in the statistics study from IRT. Here was yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. And we want the statistics now before we open. So we've just determined that likely we will open higher in range. And the way the study works, it looks back at the most recent 1,825 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range 569 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 460 times, or 80.8%. Overnight volume point of control, 80.8. And that's it. That's as hard as it gets right there. The next is overnight high, which is 74.5. And I'm just going to, where am I here? I'm just going to go down this list. 74.5, overnight POC, overnight mid, 74.3. That's all there's to it. Overnight mid, which is usually somewhere around here. Maybe that's settlement, I think. Yeah. Overnight mid go. It's hiding around here someplace. It's buried under one of these. Let's keep going. Close is 68.9. IB high, 67.5. And I put the initials because the minute we open, this is going to jump up above price, right? That's by definition, it's the high of the first 1 hour. That's all there is to it. Previous POC is 66.1. Same way with the POC, it's going to move the minute we open. I below is way below us. Previous high is 58. Now, there's a perfect example of that these are just statistics. They are probabilities that this price is revisited. Obviously, if we're going to get to 74.5, we're going to get through 68. So they are not hard, fast lines in the sand. They are, in fact, statistics, probabilities, period. Overnight low, 48.3. All right. I don't know how I'm so far ahead, but I am, so good for me. Usually I missed a whole statistics story there. I must have forgot something. Anyway, I don't script this, so there you go. It is what it is. And that previous low, wow, those are way below us. I'm not going to worry about that. Now, remember, I don't like to see the mid. I know it's underneath one of these guys here, but we'll have to look and see. ETH mid. POC, it's right under the POC at 75, 78. The previous mid, or the mid and the POC seem to be pretty much together here. I know, I'm sorry, the mid is at 82 quarter. 82 quarter right here underneath of that VWAP. So the mid, I'm going to put the mid statistic over here just because I like it. There's an 81.9. Did you see how I figured that out? Where am I? No, you didn't? Okay, I just went over here to my charting, and there's the ETH mid right there, and there's the price. So it's right under the VWAP, and that's why I put that statistic there. Okay. Well, this is great. I'm just smoking along here. I don't know why. I must have forgotten something. I don't know. Anyway, I've done the disclaimer. I've done the explanation about how I trade live only on Bookmap. Real market, only live trades, and this never any trades off the account. Let's set up IRT or Bookmap to trade. The way you do that with Bookmap is to activate the trade control panel here and pick an account. And I'll explain what's going on with these accounts here in a minute. And then I can click this again and I get my real estate back. I have all my metrics. I have cancel and close. So the next thing, we're going to mosey over here fast and make sure that multi-brackets is selected, and it is. Make sure that multi-account trading is selected, and it is. And make sure that the statistics are correct, and they are. That's from because this was all activated last night in the Globex stream, right? The Asia stream, which never didn't amount to a hill of beans. They finally took the Globex orb low this morning at about 2:30 in the morning. Well, I'm not around watching that, so I'm going to have to push these new values now, which I will do. We can set that up. Let me explain the story about the Lucid. This is I'm doing some back testing and development of a trade management system to do with for hedging. And also I'm doing these Globex tests if there's any opportunities in those Globex markets, the orbs. So rather than risk my money in my live AMP account here, I discovered that there's been some real positive changes in the evaluation world, the prop world, and these Lucid accounts, one-time payment. I can trade the size that I normally would trade. I can get paid, take payouts. So there's profit involved, and I can minimize my risk far more than I ever could with my own live account, because it's only the only thing I'm actually risking here is the price of this evaluation. But I can take payouts, infinite number of times greater than that investment. So it looks to me like nowadays that they've changed all this stuff around, and it's become so competitive that it's by far the most attractive risk management approach if you're doing something that's like I am, which is testing out and developing this risk, this hedge structure and whatever else. So that's why I'm doing it, and I still get paid. So there we are. Now the next thing I'm going to do now is the TLab snap, which is, okay, this thing right here, what I do every day at 8:20. The TLab snap is something I do every day at 8:20, and I'll show you here in just a second. Mr. Multitask here is still struggling along. I do this post. Well, first I post the reports every morning early about 6, and then I post this every day at about 8:20. And this was developed a long time ago by me for the TLab, and it's just to give anyone in there that may not have access to all these numbers and different view that data. The TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a guy named Tom B. And he is he's been trading like 48 years, started professionally as a money manager. And then he somehow got around to starting this room with Bookmap. Now it's sponsored by Bookmap, so quite obviously they want you to subscribe to Bookmap. I mean, come on. That's obvious. But you're not solicited for anything there, or at least never have been that I know of. It's not a trade calling room, nor is it a live trade room. Just a room where a lot of people, share ideas, and Tom has a lot of good philosophy, and there's a good crew of people in there. So I used to be quite active, but I've started the stream based on a suggestion from Tom. I think it was Tom, or at least from the TLab, that focus on your own market and your own trading, and so that's what I do. And then therefore to add transparency and accountability, I pushed it up to the stream, and it works perfect. So there we go. That's the TLab. That's we're set up to trade. We've got all kinds of time left, which is just phenomenal to me, because usually I'm in a big hurry to get this done. So I've obviously forgotten some part of the picture. I don't know what it was yet, but I guess if I do, there you go. We've done the news. We've done the pre-market. I guess we could touch a little bit more on this. Here we are. Here's yesterday's close. Right there. Close RTH. And here we are. Pretty much short inventory all night until right now. See there? All this trade below the close is short inventory. Now we're pushing up here at the high, just going into the open. What do I think is going to happen? Well, they've pretty much taken back the short inventory and taken profit. Looks to me like I think they're probably going to just have, I think what I will expect is be an open auction. Here is yesterday's trade, and here we are. This little white nub is where we're trading now. So we're right up at the almost, the close. We're about 6 handles above the close yesterday and under the high. So we're in range. We're a little bit of a gap up. And that's where we are. It's Friday. It's, we're going into a weekend. There's crazy as exponential out there. Global, geopolitical risk is off the map. And for no reason, think about it. 6-7 months ago, whatever it is now, however long that stupid thing's been going on in Iran, there was no problem. There was no issues in the Straits of Hormuz. There was no impediment to shipping. There was no shortage of helium or fertilizer or oil. Nothing. And, U.S. and Israel decided they're going to go bomb the shit out of somebody. And now they act surprised that there's, that there's a problem. It's just crazy, completely crazy. I hope people remember that it was started 100% by us. And there was no ramp up in the Middle East that hasn't been going on for 10 years or 20 or 40, And Israel continues to bomb. Now it's Lebanon. And then they're going to put in 15 more settlements in Gaza and kill more people. They are certainly not, it's certainly not a one-sided affair over there, and nor has it been ever. And this whole war escalation thing was just a misdirection, I think, on the part of, and misdirection and misjudgment on the part of the U.S., anyway, to get involved in that. And Israel would have never taken it upon themselves to go bomb Iran by them, out of nowhere in the middle of the night. So, who's to blame? You light the house on fire and then you claim that you're a firefighter. That's not exactly. I don't think that works. I don't think that's sound logic. Here we are. New highs here, new ETH highs. This big spike on Qatar is going to get involved and try to help with negotiations. Maybe they'll give somebody another plane. That worked out pretty good. Jesus. All right, I don't know what it is. I forgot, but I guess something. We're going to open in 2 minutes. Let's see if that happens. Planned. The open will happen, whether Bookmap will reset on schedule or not, that's another story. And whether IRT will suddenly start lagging is another story. So we'll get off to the blocks here in another minute and a half. I'd like to know what it is I have forgotten to do. I never have this much time free time before an open, so I've obviously forgotten something. Pre-market, news, set up statistics, set up to trade. I'll be damned if I know what it is. But good, whatever. Okay. "30 seconds. If this resets on time, I'll be pretty happy about that. And if IRT doesn't start lagging, that'll be pretty cool. No reset here automatically. That was me double clicking. IRT's lagging. That's good. So this is not working this morning. That's pretty interesting. I'm going to kill IRT here and see if that changes something. Really a piece of crap. Well, at least it's now it's got its shit together. Maybe it'll be okay. I just restarted it. We'll see if the lags come back. But at least it's back to this anyway. I guess that's something. Better than a sharp stick in the eye, right? Wow, what a pain in the butt. Always some issues. Well, not always, but lately anyway. RTH, okay, there we are. Let's get over here to this one and see what it says. These are naked volume points of control, by the way. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Back here. And now our levels are pushing right. Man, oh man, oh man. This is so frustrating. So now the levels are all right. We're back in the data mode here. There's our liquidity at 76, which got pinged out right on the open. This is the IB or orb high, 25, 50, 75, and the bottom. That part's all correct. Got a bunch of statistics below us here, which nobody bothered to take out yet. That's okay. Going to the moon, you know, why not? Why not? So, let me see what's going on here. Everything seems to be okay. Fortunately, there's nobody in the stream, so that's good. Or at least I don't see him in the chat. While all this drama is happening, that's a good thing, I guess. So, we're approaching 9 o'clock. As I said in the pre-market, I only take trades which I have, or setups which I have personally done the homework and verified to have an expectancy. And I do that with IRT so far. You know, fingers crossed if I can figure out how to fix it. Because it's just been horrible, frankly. these lags and stuff, it's untradeable. So the way that this works, my homework and my vetting process works, is I develop a trading system, which the computer, in this particular one, this is the initial balance based on fixed zones. The computer evaluates every one of these rules. Hold on a second here. Let me start from the beginning, I guess. I might as well do that since nobody's listening anyway. I approach trading from this point of view, based on Jim Simmons, Mark Douglas, Ed Thorpe, the most successful traders, hedge fund managers in the world ever. That the market is random and that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. That's statistically true. Market can only tick up or down. It's binary. And so to try to predict what the market's going to do is maybe not the best idea. So what is a good idea? Identify a price structure that happens every day, frequently. You don't want to spend a lot of time and develop a trade that happens once a year. Well, that would be kind of nice if you could make enough money to live off for the year. I guess that'd be fine. Anyway, in my case, I've identified the initial balance high and low, that statistic, and I've worked on that. Then after you've identified that setup or that occurrence, then you develop the rules required to justify an entry for that, and then you can set it up and back test it. You capture a statistically significant data set and back test it, forward test it, and if your homework identifies a positive expectancy on that particular setup, then, and those rules, then you enter every one of those in the live market that presents itself. And you lean on the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy to your bank account or your, trading account. And that is exactly the method that the most successful traders in the world use and have identified, have realized work, and lean on it. And next of all, that theory is what underpins Black-Scholes, the options market, implied volatility, all of that whole Black-Scholes thing is based on the mean reversion and that statistic, that data. So that is important to know. And also it is the business model of the gaming industry from the point of view of a casino. A casino plays no game that they have not pre-identified to have a specific edge and specific rules. Then they put the game on the casino floor, and their only mission is to play that game as many times in 24 hours as they can, and lean on the law of large numbers to manifest and multiply, compound that edge or that expectancy to their bank account. And it ought to be pretty obvious that that's a successful plan. I hope it is to everyone that's listening to this. So what I do then is, in going along with that idea, this is where I've developed this initial balance strategy based on these fixed zones. I can back test it. I can forward test it, which is what's happening right now in this live data right over here. This is live data. Where are we? These charts don't have anything to do with the trading system other than they accurately represent these rules, which are here. And this gives me an ability to visualize what the system is doing. The trading system, taking trades, all that stuff is all happening within the IRT simulated environment because I don't want to push this stuff to live account, right? And the other one that I'm working on is that I've done, which I'm working on now, is the edgeful, based on edgeful data, and the similar idea here. The problem I have is that I'm an old cowboy from Montana, and doing this kind of thing takes me forever. And my goal was not to be the best code monkey for IRT or anything, and I don't think that I could at this point in my life. My goal is to have a consistently profitable trading business, and so in that effort, boy, this is irritating. In that effort, then, I want to try to streamline the process of vetting these trades. So I'm using a different tool now. And this is a visual representative of a representation of what this system would trade. Come on. God, this thing drives me crazy. Watch this lag up here. These are seconds. So I'm using another tool to analyze the probability in the data. Look at this 7610. Well, where do you suppose we're going to go next? 7610 has been in there since before the open. We're going to go there, obviously. That's my opinion. So it's called Edgeful, and that's this data set. That is this tool right here, and it doesn't lag and it doesn't do any of this stuff. So what are we going to do first? Well, this is the gap fill report, and I'm not worried about that anymore. What I'm worried about is the initial balance trades, and we'll start with the beginning. The idea here is that I can streamline the process of Chicago Cash. I want that micro ES. And I want to get rid of any customization that's floating around over here. Okay, that's all right. Now, date range, let's go for a year. Excuse me. 74% we're going to single break, 23% we're going to double break, and 2% or 3% we're not going to break out at all. That's the basic data for the MES looking back a year. Now, let's take it one step further and let's go down to the weekday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. 80% probability will single break, 18% will double, and 2% we will not break out at all, with no customization added to this other than the weekday and then the day of the week. No other. It's a 1 hour initial balance. We're going to test it by the wick, not the close, and it's a 5-minute chart. The difference between using the wick and the close can be really significant based on the chart time frame. If you're using 5 minutes, you could easily have the IB broken by a wick, but the bar closed below. So that would not qualify as a statistic. So that's why I use the wick. Then the time frame of the chart doesn't matter. So, moving on. Rejection. Now this is going to be important, which level formed first. And I can tell you right now that the low formed first. And how do I know that? Well, here's the IB low. Here's the IB high. Here's the low. And here's the high. This was before this. Simple. That's how it works. But it's important in the edgeful app and data. And now I need to also go back down here. Now the customization is coming in from last night, so we need to wipe this stuff loose. Friday's fine, but the ending zone we don't know about yet. And we don't know about, it's any size on the IB, so that's okay. So given the fact that the IB low formed first, we have an 82% probability that the first break, the level to be first broken, is going to be the high. That makes sense. One other step that I do now is I have discovered Trading View, which is really handy and especially refreshing to me with all the crap and these lags that I've just been going through with IRT that we just went through together. So we're now at a 15.75 range. I've already set this up. Now, the reason I've got Trading View, which I never used before, when you get a subscription to Edgeful, all of these indicators are included. And the only ones I use are the opening candle, which is this line thing that kind of gives you a bias. I use the session indicators, and I use the initial balance. So there you are. So right now, here's the initial balance that's just now forming. This is the opening price. There's a low. And there's the current price. So we'll see how this develops. And what are you doing? Still got a 14 second lag. Jesus Christ. I wouldn't normally be upset about that, except the fact that this is machine. I won't accept that from this machine, right? I believe it's got to have to do with the software, unless maybe there's something wrong, mechanically that I don't know. But it's an i9 14900K processor. It has got 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM. I have the GPU being used strictly for the OBS in the stream, so that shouldn't have anything to do with it, because both Bookmap and IRT are math heavy, so math heavy should be on the processor. And I've got more than enough CUDA cores to handle both of them, according to, all the research I can do. Really disappointing. Really disappointing. One of these days I will not stream, and I'll leave OBS off and see if that eliminates the lagging. Now there's no lag, so okay. But anyway, you get the point. So frustrating. I want to focus on trading and make money to support my family. I don't want to be a freaking worrying about some stupidness that's impeding my ability to do that. So there's the high, there's the low, here's 25, 50, 25 at the top. What we have now is about 18 handles, so we've got about around 4 points each between these zones. And we're going to get up here to this 7610. Here's the world. Because it's such a great economy, everything's great. Everything's great. Oh, crazy Ivan here. So we've turned the first 30 minutes. see what happens. Unfortunately now that I at least have these levels, okay, the lag's not really killing me, but if I were to trade these, really, I wouldn't be able to do that if I were to use IRT. I have to really think about this. Hi, Panda, how are you? Did you come to see Dad? Thank you. Make Dad feel better? Okay. And this will not start pushing these levels here for this system until 9:30. At least it's only got 12-second lag. Man. What, Panda? Look at that, just switching that, and it freezes up. And it didn't even switch. Man, this is terrible. Hey, baby. I will not be doing the Globex streams anymore in the evenings. It's a waste of time. I've decided the cost-benefit analysis is not there. There was no successful trades. It wasn't, and the Asia session is just too long. You know, it finally. Well, let's look up here. Let's get to a program that doesn't lag and fall on its ass. Okay, here's Asia, right? This is where I started watching. Here's the IB. Didn't break the IB and take a signal until 1:30 in the morning. I'm not going to be doing that. So if it's not putting signals out in the time frame that I can trade, well, it doesn't do me much good. And we still have not formed the IB. We still have several minutes left. The low was put in before the high. We're going to want to know what this closing ending zone is, which is simple to figure out. I'll explain that when we get there. So weird. So weird. IRT is an old program, right? It's, started years and years ago, more than 10. And it's single thread. And there is, in its defense, there has been an exponential increase in volume recently, in the last 5 years, for example, or 3 years. And I mean exponential, it's pretty staggering. And so, even though the processor and everything is supposedly the best, doesn't work. Frustrating, disappointing. Let's put it that way. So welcome to the stream, Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I'm watching on my two primary monitors is captured in the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So that completes the journal and the recording. Not for trade or financial advice, but I trade only vetted setups, and I only trade live here in Bookmap. So there you go. Hmm. Well, we've got about 10 minutes till the orb, the IB closes. Seems pretty obvious what they want to go, which direction they want to go. As we approach the IB initial balance statistic to be set, this will stop forming. And we're going to be looking for the ending zone, which is a metric that they use here a lot. Important. And the way it's calculated is the percentages are assigned opposite the first level formed, which in this case is the low. The low was formed before the high. So, and the closing zone or the ending zone is the closing price of the last candle within the initial balance, or whatever zone period of time you have it set for. In my case, it's the first 1 hour. So this will be, we've got a couple more minutes to go, right? Because it's only 9:20, so we got 10 more minutes. But let's just hypothetically, the low was formed first. There's the high, so we got 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. If we closed right here, it would be the ending zone would be between these two, so it's 25 to 50. Because that's ending the closing price. It's just hypothetical or not there yet, right? And when the orb is set, this will flesh out, formed first and everything else. And this is so irritating. So irritating. It's pretty hard to lean on anything with all this geopolitical nonsense going on, in my opinion. It's more or less gambling, you know, because any kind of statistic that you have that you're leaning on, and then all of a sudden some knothead comes out of no place, you know, or Captain Goofy says something on Truth Social or whatever else, and all bets are off. It's not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture. Not a pretty picture. And what are we doing now? Look at this, you see? There's Blue Boy. So we traded him up, and now we're just lower highs, lower lows. Are we just going to have a rotational day around these highs? Probably, but I'm thinking this 7610 up here is looking pretty serious. We've tested 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 times on the high. And good morning. Drop something in the chat. Hello, goodbye, where are you? This is stupid, whatever. Crickets, it's crickets. This is frustrating stuff, boy, I'll tell you. This freaking lag, now it's 30-minute lag, 30-second lag in the MNQs. And look at the volume, that's the problem. It's 1.11 million contracts traded so far, and we're not even the first hour in the session. I can appreciate that that's probably more than this thing can handle. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to do. Every time I think I've made some epiphany and, like assigning it to the CPU and prioritizing IRT, it just is worse. The stream works fine, no drop frames, no anything else. But that's the least of it. That's the least of it. Okay, we got about 3 minutes to go now. And I can tell you right now that the lower price gets towards this 25 down here, the more impact the ending session data will have, because it's the reverse. Typically, the data expects that we will break out. First break will be the second level formed. In other words, put in the first one right up here. It would expect the IB high to be taken out first. So we'll see where we go. But you just have to trade what you see and not what you think. Huh? I'd like to know what I forgot in the pre-market this morning. I hope it's nothing. Just do a quick check. I've got an account selected. I've got wrong one. Come on. I've got multi-brackets. I've got the right stats. I've got multi-brackets. I've got trading. Okay. Now we're going to do this because somebody said something. Also light volume, so remember it's light volume and a Friday, so it's manipulation time. Let's get over to some program that doesn't lock up and freeze. So we've got 16, basically 16 handles. We've got 4 handles between each one of our zones. And the closing candle's coming up here pretty quick. This will be the last candle. So wherever it closes will be the assigning zone, ending zone. The minute this closes, that the IB is set, this will flesh out. And it will be in about right there. And you see it fleshed out. The low was formed first, and the closing zone is right on the cusp. 50 to 75%. I hate it when it does that. Don't know. I don't know what to do over here. I don't know which way to jump. So let's put in the custom figure. Let's put in there 50 to 75, I guess. And let's put in 24 to 50. Now we got 60, 60, 33, 33. It's dead even. Let's put in the other one and see what it says. Look at that, big difference, huh? This was 33 and 33, and this is now 687 that we're going to take the high. And the next order of business would be the IB zone, or the IB width, which is 0.2. So if we want to add that filter, we can, or that current parameter, and that's right here. So if we want to add that, we can do so. Any size, it's a 0.2. Okay, now what happened? Whoa, look at this. Well, I guess we went to war, huh? Jesus, Christopher Christ. You see what happens? That's a tweet. That's some news-related BS. Having nothing to do with our data, our statistics. Look at this shit, and it's still falling out of bed. Holy crap. Well, if you happen to have been short that IB, you're pretty happy. But this is ridiculous. You know, this is completely ridiculous. God, I wish we had somebody to lean on, and we do not. Well, there you go. Broken by a gazillion, and now coming back up, but still. What in the hell caused that? Let's try to find out, I guess. Trump have agreed to Iran talks, but untitled states has stated to the what? So, what the hell does that mean? We're going to have talks, but we're going to keep bombing your ass? I mean, what a goddamn is going on? What a crazy... There you go, you know. At 9:33, this guy just shoots out a tweet and the market dumps 50 handles. What an asshole. Well, what do you do? What do you say? How do you trade that? If you were following the data, the IB high should have been the first taken. And so you were positioning for a long. That's why you don't front run, in my opinion. But, you know, this is all hindsight and wisdom. I mean, I do say the same thing all the time, but what is this? Oh boy. Yeah, well, anyway, as far as I'm concerned, that's over with. All the days that I have some screwy shit to do with TAM or whatever else, and then I'm supposed there, 137 millisecond lag. Jesus. I'm going to come on, Lexi, let's go to bed. And back we come. Well, we're down to 17 milliseconds here. Freaking Christ. Now the market is going to try to get its footing again. That's got to be news. I mean, that's got to be algorithmic. Who in the hell can trade that fast? Yeah. At least I have the yeah. Well, we're sitting here and we just put in the IB, and the IB stat is looking for the high, and of course, you know, Pumpkin Boy comes out with a nonsensical tweet. We're going to continue to bomb you, but we're going to have talks. What kind of, does he think is it some sort of a tough guy thing? I never lived in New York. Maybe that's how things are done down there. I don't know. Try to see if I can get the IB back, or the whatever these things are. Get these anomalies pulled out of IRT. Be the next tweet, and what are you going to do? This is why I always every morning say that it's not a political statement, but our priority as traders is to manage our risk, and never. Now, if you were in the market right here with a trade, and you had a order in and you didn't have a bracket, you lost your account right there. Granted, slippage would have killed you, but at least you would have gotten out or made a profit, depending on which way you were looking. The data was looking for the IB high to break first. Now they're going to reevaluate and try to figure out what happened to value and what they're going to do. Rightfully so. What a giant. Wonder what this looks like. Well, there you go. That candle. Oh, what an asshole. What a complete flaming. This is all about attention, right? All about attention. Any other administration would have a scheduled, release of data at a press briefing or something like that. Not the world has never been run by tweets, and you see the effect on our market. But that's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's the attention that Trump likes. I mean, that's obvious. So. What What a guy. What a guy. I think that this is not a market to be involved in. You know? Now, if they come back to the 25%, are you gonna, is it a short? Taking the data, would that be correct? Of course, it would be. That would be the correct trade. Look at him go. There's the 25, and now we're gonna sneak up to the 50. I'm not gonna short that. I mean, if you're looking at the edgeful data, that's the way you go. We broke the IB low. We're going to pull back up here to the 25 or the 50, and we're going to get on that short for the continuation the other way. But this is absolutely ridiculous. All bets, you know, all logic and previous data is off. Thank you, Mr. Tweet. Tweety boy, Tweety bird. There you go, Tweety bird. That's the new name. Tweety bird. There we go. That's my new name for him, Tweety bird. So here we are. Jesus. Yeah, I'm gonna stand by. I'm not gonna do anything today, probably. So if this might be a good day to go mow the lawn. They never had an agreement. They had a memorandum to continue the talks. And they couldn't even keep that together. You know, it's pretty weird. And that's an understatement. Pretty weird is an understatement. What happened? What happened here? See, that was strictly an error. And I'm going to try to get out of it whole if I can. Not. That's really disappointing. Now I really am quitting today. That was a misclick inside this goddamn zone with my mouse. 6 ticks, you know. That's ridiculous. What, Panda? Or whatever your name is. What, buddy? You got in the shop? Yeah, that does it for me. That does it for me. I guess I'm flat. Wow, that's it for me today. Yeah. Well, and now it's going to go up. Had I sat there, it didn't get to the stop, and had I sat there, we would be up to T1. That's not anything to do. That's certainly not anything to any kind of a planned trade. So I'm not going to do that. I'm immediately going to flatten out, which I did. What a huge pain in the ass. That was just me moving the mouse, and as it came by here, it bumped the mixer. Oh man. Well, there's a take profit. What a pain in the ass. What's up, buddy? What's wrong with Lucky? He's running around like crazy on top of everything else. Well, that is just maximum bummer. Now, Fat Finger was almost a good buy the dip by complete accident. Had I sat in it or not noticed it, I would be, probably happy with myself. But that's on top. That's even worse. That is even worse. And why don't I see anything in the chat over here? Is that not working either? Jesus Christ. I don't see any chat working. I don't see... And I just posted over there. What the hell is going on? I don't know if... I don't know what's up now. I posted something in this chat on my trade machine, and I see nothing in IR. I see nothing over here in the chat that I monitor on my upper screens. So I don't know what's going on. Jesus Christ. I don't know what's up here, but I'm not seeing anything in the chat. on my upper screens. The book map is definitely moving up there, so there you go. A fat finger error here. Not really a fat finger, but I bumped the mouse. The mouse bumped my mixer, and just unluckily was over the top of this active data column when that happened, and this therefore put a market long right there. Unfortunately, I'm too quick to cancel them. I should have, had I been not so quick, it would have been up to my targets here, and that's a joke. You should always, the second there's any kind of a misfire, a fat finger, you flatten out as fast as you can. I actually hesitated a little, thinking it might pop up, and did not, and then canceled it. But 6 ticks, you know, it's not much. The point in it, point and a half, 6 ticks. I don't know what to say, what to tell you here. Other than be careful, go do something else, you know. This is bullshit. Not to use, excuse my French, but you know, I'm not even seeing anything in the chat. If you can hear my voice and you're around this stream, throw something in the chat, just to, if nothing else, type 1 or can you hear me? Yes, or something. Well, now I don't see anything. Now there's even more weirdness going on. I typed something in the chat and it never materialized to the stream. I don't know what to do. I guess I'll shut this YouTube off on my upper monitors and start over, maybe. Beat the hell out of me. This is a good day to go to bed, which is exactly what I think I'm going to go do. Crazy. Completely crazy. OBS, I mean, Bookmap is, you know, just plugging right along up there, but chat doesn't seem to be working. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it's just the gods telling me to go do something else. Now there we have that one. Okay, so that one did come through, but the earlier chat did not, for whatever reason. It's on my OBS, but it didn't get pushed to. All right, so I guess we're back to normal, sort of. Sort of normal. What a frickin'. This guy should be really proud of himself, you know. Tweety bird, I like that though. Here we go. Truth Social, yeah. So we are conducting a war on a social frickin' media. And why in the world how do you negotiate in good faith while you're being bombed? I wonder. I mean, I don't know if that's a reasonable strategy or not. See what Bloom. Yeah, I guess nobody cares what I think either. And looks like IRT took a dump. Yes, IRT crashed. Oh, that's a lot of fun. Jesus Christ. Oh. Yeah, this is what IRT does when it crashes. So, yeah, this is so much fun here. Jesus Christ, what a mess. What a mess. Oh my God. It isn't funny, but you know, it almost is. Now I gotta go through this whole stupid shit again. It ain't funny, but it kind of is, I guess. Let's see. This one is probably upside down. This is the old-fashioned original first initial balance setup. This is the new and improved edgeful one, and now I got to run down through this stupid shit again. Okay. Boy, oh boy. Did it? Yes, it did. Okay. Wow. What a giant cluster, huh? I'm going to go to bed. First, I'm going to go to the liquor store. Then I'm going to go to bed. Wow. Unbelievable. Well, let's see here now. I had just gotten through putting in the ending zone and the percentages of the IB, that the low was formed first, that the high would be broken out, and then Tweety Bird came along and jerked the rug out from under the world. And I'm sure is proud of that. So this is all upside down. I mean, all the data is upside down. Here we are now. And And what do? Do you short this mess now that it's probably still going to run short? I have no idea. As far as I'm concerned, this is a non-tradable day because Tweety Bird threw it all off, and the market's going to struggle around trying to figure out what to do next. I think I wouldn't have any data that would verify a trade here, so I'm gonna think of something else to do. I think that's the only logical solution, actually. Wow, what a cluster. Jesus. I wonder what Walter Bloomberg's got to say up here. Man, this is just terrible. Kremlin, he hasn't said anything. And so he's out of the whack. There's been nothing here since I looked this morning on Walter, so I guess he's done for not doing anything. Jesus, what a screaming, what a disaster, you know? But but if you stop and think about it, it fits right in with the reality TV, melodramatic, over emotional, everything. You know, now more renovations now of the west portico of the White House, and God knows how that'll turn out. Like the reflecting pool, perhaps. Typically you could consider this in the old version. In the old world, you could consider this an IB failure or an IB continuation, right? When we come through the IB and then test back up to it and sell off. But how do you play this day? I have no idea. I have no data, and I only trade based on data, except unless I fat finger something or accidentally. Well, I guess the good news, is I have no lags on IRT. I guess that's something. Freaking pathetic is what it is. Funny how they went right back down and tested 2 or 3 times to the overnight volume point of control, isn't it? The market's trying to figure out what the hell to do next here, and that's the point. Oil is going to go through the roof. Inflation's going to march higher. If you're watching, which it says someone is, welcome. This is my this is my virtual trading journal on one crazy frickin' Friday, I'll tell you. Drop something in the chat so I can see if everything's working. That'd be a big help. Thanks. I only take trades based on pre-vetted, statistically verified setups and stuff, and when this kind of 50-point drop happens because of Tweety Bird, and then the market's trying to figure out what to do next, I have nowhere to go. This was a fat finger error, moving my mouse, and it just happened to hit my mixer just as I went across this zone, the active data zone here, and that fired an immediate market order, long. So there you go. And I've looked into how to turn that off for market orders, because I never use a market order when I'm, entering typically. So there is a system over here that you can use to, where is it? Keyboard shortcut, plug in configuration, and where did it go? Order related dialog configuration. Well, I had put market order here, which meant that, in my opinion, and according to the rules, and according to the instructions, this would mean that any market order would throw up a dialog. Do you mean to do that? So in other words, when this happened right here, that would have thrown a dialog, and I would have said, no, that does not work. I've tested it before in the live market and in the replay market. It does not work. It only works if you are going to keyboard or hotkey in order. It doesn't work if you click over here in this column. So that's freaking useless, as far as I'm concerned. And the only other way around that I know of, well, it used to be that you could select, when you did the trade control panel, you could select either the DOM or the active data column, the chart column over here, to trade with. And I would always leave this off, knowing that I would never fat finger accidentally the DOM column. Then when they updated to this version, that's no longer a thing, and you pick the account, and that's what that does. So yeah, there you are. There you have it. And there you have it. And this is the point where, this is the kind of a day when Monkey Boy can really hurt your ass bad. You start getting revenge, you start getting FOMO, this was a real upsetting, this is an error that's upsetting. I recovered okay, but, minus 6 ticks, but still, it's minus 6 ticks. This craziness when you're all, set up for a structured, data-driven trade, and then Tweety Bird shows up and does his thing. It's a real ripe environment for Monkey Boy, your psychological demons to come compound a bad situation, turn a bad situation from bad to worse. So you need to be really aware of that. I don't believe we'll ever get through or over or eliminate all of our Monkey Boy traits, because that's part of our DNA from, evolution. But what I think you need to do is be very aware of it. Now we're going to come up here and tag out this liquidity that jumped in here to bring everybody back to normal. And we still have up above us, I'm sure, 76, whatever it was. I'm sure now I'm a little bit spooked over here to do this, but yeah, here's that liquidity at 76.10 that's been in here since forever. And there we just took this one out. Anyway, so it's a bad, you know, keep an eye on Monkey Boy. What I do is try to make sure I'm always aware of the here and now, so that if I start feeling emotion or adrenaline or dopamine or whatever it is, and look at them go. Now they're going to, now it's a squeeze. They're getting back to, they're getting right back to where they were, right? Here we were. We had just put in the IB. I was talking about this level, the IB high, come up here, pull back, extend, blah, blah, blah. And then this, you know, 50 points. And now we're back to something. I don't know what. We're back to me not going to be trading today. That's for sure. This is all out of the data is all off now, so. And anybody that had a short on thinking they were going to do that somehow or another is happier than a pig in the mud, and good for them. Good for them. Certainly not going to be, I'm certainly not going to be working the IB high as I was, you know, originally. The low being formed first, the IB high being the most likely suspect, but we had already put in an ending zone in the 25 to 50 range, so that flipped that on its head. What a day, Jesus Christ. Jesus, I'm praying here. I'm not blaspheming. I'm praying. Maybe not. Anybody, you know, I'll take anybody. Anybody that's going to help. Buddha. Yeah, so the zone was 2%. We were in the 25 to 50, and actually that was up in the air call, because here is the closing zone. And if you really squint, I guess it is in the, I wish I could control or something to do with this. So this is the 25 to 50, right? The way it works is, no, this is the 25 to 70, and this is the 50 to 75. There's the closing zone right below the 50. So I got that wrong. This is the 50 to 75%. You assign the percentages opposite the first formed level. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. There's our closing zone. So I got that wrong. But I did get the 0.2% right, okay? So let's change this to 50 to 75. I mean, it's bullshit. Doesn't matter anymore. And the low was formed first, so there's a 66% will break the high, 33% will break the low. As we know, it's ridiculous because Monkey Boy came in and, Tweety Bird came in, and away we go. And the rejection, then the retrace, and all that is all for naught because of that big big geopolitical disruption. There's a 100% chance we're going to get to the 25 and a 100% chance we're going to get to the 50. Well, we did. But the problem is, this is if the initial high was broken out first, there's a 0% chance we're going to do anything over here. Isn't that funny? Let's look at 2 years. Because the low was taken first. Obviously, still the same. Still the same. Well, now there we have something. We finally got some data. 50s across the board. Ridiculous. So everything's off. I'm not even going to bother looking at it. If you're trading any of this now, you're gambling. Or if you've got some data-driven setup, drop it in the chat. I'd like to know what it is. I don't believe that that can be the case after such an anomalous event, but maybe. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm pissed. Now I'm hungry. Okay. I would be flabbergasted if we don't get to the 6510 or 7610 at some point here in the very near future, but I have nothing to trade that on. And look at us go. Now we're back to normal. We break the IB high. We pull back to the 25. That's the long. And it's probably a valid trade to 10. But who the hell knows today? Is Einstein going to come out and tweet something again? That was obviously valid once. And may work out perfect. But I don't think it's anything that I should be doing. It's also a bar trade, kind of. I don't know how long it takes the market to get back together after some drama like that just happened. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Come on, Donnie. Make another tweet, Donnie John. I tell you what I'm going to do here. I'm going to make sure there's plenty of music to last, and I'm going to step away from this mess. I've had it. Well, that was a nice little break. Now what is going on? I assume the same old, Still have, oh, we did get to 65, I see, 10, exactly, okay. 76.10, well, yeah, now we're going to go up to the 20s, I guess. Good for them. What a crock of crap. So disappointing when the markets are just jammed around by crazy. Hmm. Well, if I'm not mistaken, this is the Anton Son's swim camp big culmination and big meet, so I hope he's doing great. We're gonna bounce up here and take the 20, but thanks to Tweety Bird there, I'm all off my game. Well, this is a 12 to 1 hour when we typically have a reversal or change of heart. When I typically get something to eat, step away. Man, my eyes are killing me. Wow. Well, technically we have a 12-to-1 stat, but I don't know if that is valid based on some nutcase outlier like that tweet. But anyway. I'm just going to keep monitoring this. I'm not going to get involved here. This is ridiculous. Well, right to the 20, but just a slow grind up. So yeah, nothing I can do there. It's basically a shot in the ass day. I'm gonna just call it here, I think. Well, this has been a pretty weird day. Market keeps chugging along up to those levels I was watching, but without me. So, yeah. I'll do the pre-market or the recap at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on closing balance, and I'll be real happy to see this day go away. The 12-to-1 stat worked. We continue up. Probably going to get to 36.30 here before this is over. And yeah, what to say, you know? What to say? Well, I had a fat finger or a mistake, and the Trump dump, that pretty much put me off it. Okay, so market recap, huh? Boy, am I glad this day is over. Yeah. So here's our day. Get rid of that thing right now before that bites me in the ass once again. Here was our open. Going along nicely, heading for our statistics and our planned trade. When Tweety Bird hit Trump Social, and there's a 50 handle dump out of no place. Then we have recovered and recovered again, and now traded up through these highs. I suppose I could have had a structured trade here, but you know, whether we're going to continue higher now, I would say we're going to probably take the 30s here at the before the close. Maybe not. The 20s were my last prediction, and it was obvious, and we took them. The market was moving in this direction, and this Trump dump was the, about Iran and whatnot. So the geopolitical story is continuing to bite us. Over here is perhaps a better way to look at it. Or not. Or not. I guess not. Doesn't seem to want to move here. Boy, I tell you, IRT and I are just not getting along anymore. So anyway, I was gonna talk about the there we go. Guess it's finally gonna come to life now. The yesterday's RTH, and here we are today. Here's the dump and back up. Of course, if you knew enough about taking it and what to do, that was a really fine day. Here it is again, and over here. NQs, this is Investor RT, which is my basic charting package for now anyway. Not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to stick with it. It's just basically unusable. There's always some lag or some nonsense going on. If I were trying to trade with it, I would not be able to. So that's the unfortunate truth. I'm sure there's nothing in my my structured trades here. They tried to. This is through the Trump dump here, right? But these are just crazy. This is all within the simulated environment, and this is stuff that I would never do. These are the trading systems that I've coded based on the edgeful statistics. Well, when this happens, you get a breakout, then you get a trigger, and it's not a pretty picture. Now, this is kind of disappointing that we didn't get a trigger here, because that would have been along all the way up. And that's right here. See how there's the IB. Here's the 25 pullback, and that's when it touches or penetrates this 25%. That's the trigger, and it didn't quite do it. As it didn't quite do it here. I don't know what's happened with my other old-fashioned beauty here. Nothing. It had no triggers and nobody left on third. It's just a crap day for me, for my systems, and for trading, my trading in general. Actually, I had one fat finger mistake when I, where is it? Where'd it go? It's got to be over here. Oh no, it's not over here because I've disabled the trade control panel. Now watch this. There we go. So there's the trade right there. And that was a fat finger with the mouse accidentally hitting the keyboard, actually, or the mixer here, and that throws threw a market order down here, and I immediately flattened it out. So got to be real careful about that. There's something that you can do that is, I'm going to figure out a way to have that locked out. Anyway, I've emailed the support over there. So that's about it. It's where we are continuing to go crazy. The war started. Oil prices are up. No shipping out of the Straits of Hormuz. And the market thinks that's a good idea to go up. And employment jobs numbers are bad. Inflation is bad. And the market thinks a good idea to go higher. So I am obviously out of step with the thinking. What do we have in the news and reports now for next week? Thank God this is Friday, huh? That's how I feel. Anyway. So here we are. This is investing.com. It's traditional, old-fashioned news and financial reports. You can filter for whatever you want. Let's look at next week. Well, Monday, nothing. Tuesday, we got CPI. Oh, these are all CPI, core CPI, GDP. Tuesday's going to be a fairly heavy number day. Wednesday, we've got PPI again. FOMC speakers. That's about it. Thursday, retail sales, core retail, Philly Fed. And in the middle of all this extravaganza, I'm thinking earnings, remember this is a new quarter, right? So earnings should be ramping up. Next week, what do we have for earnings? No, not yet. Okay, earnings season's just getting ready. When it's earnings season's in full swing, there'll be 100 of these in a day. So you see, there's a Wednesday and Thursday. They're building now. See, Thursday. So earnings will be kicking into gear next week. That's always fun. Notice that if you hover over any of these event titles, it turns into a URL so you can see what, if you don't know what that report means, you can go figure it out. And the other news source that I use is Financial Juice. Similar, filterable, free. They tend to have this squawk box over here, and sometimes they will pull non-traditional economic events which are coming up, like Trump's going to sign something or be in front of a microphone somewhere, which can obviously have devastating risk to our auction. Is, ought to be pretty obvious right here. This is a Truth Social tweet, and that's 50 handles. So that's the kind of risk you need to watch out for, and that's why I appreciate Financial Juice. So let's wait for the market on closing balance at 1450. That's every day, and this is Friday, so 1600. It's all shut down, and we'll be back with back on Monday morning at 0830 for the 0800 for the pre-market and trade for the day. I don't think I'm going to be doing these. I'm not sure yet whether I'm going to be doing these Globex things or not, but we'll see. If I do, I'll schedule, but it's not a big deal. I don't think anybody cares but me, so that's okay. All right. I'm going to send a ticket to support over here. Let me see if I can do that. So we're going to have I'm having a dialogue with Bookmap here about this market order thing. And the market on close imbalance is 3 minutes. See who answers first. Level 2. Bookmap support or market on close imbalance. Let's check. Less than a minute here for the market on close. And then I'm going to focus on this story with Bookmap here in the market orders. I'm not going to get somebody here. Never mind. All right, market on close and balance. What's it going to be? Well, there we go. Buy side across the board. 1.6 billion, 800 million, 700 million, 300 million. There they are. Of course, buy side. Of course. And maybe this is window dressing for the orders for the, no, that's at the end of the quarter anyway. Never mind. Anyway, there we are, and we're, putting in new highs. We're going to catch this 30 up here as I figured we would. And just continues to baffle me. The market continues to puzzle me. Is what it is. So nobody asked me about it. So that's the market on close and balance. We're going to shut this thing down at the top of the hour. Have a great weekend. Get away from the screens, get some exercise. I'll be back 8 o'clock Monday morning for sure, and perhaps Sunday night. I haven't figured that out yet. I don't know whether I'll do the Globex anymore or not. It hasn't been very interesting, or certainly hasn't been profitable. And yeah, I think it's kind of a waste of time, actually. I have my machines running. I'm watching it. It's just that I have to stream. If I may take a trade because I have a commitment not to ever take a trade off of the stream. So that changes the dynamic, you know. If it's just me having a glass of wine watching the market, that's one thing. If it's me streaming and trying to be articulate and somewhat cognitive, you know, that's a different thing altogether. And this BS here, you know, this put me off big time. Actually, this was actually a structured trade, but it did not hit the trigger by just a tick. Otherwise, it would have been long, and I'd have been on it, standing there. So, and then we just picked them off all the way up. So there you go, and there you have it. We may have a market on close here, you never know. Closing swing trade, they call them. I would be pretty surprised if we don't take out this 30 level, but the liquidity is pretty much lift off now. This may be far enough for them to go. I don't know. I don't know anything about, you know, gamma or those levels which so many people talk about being important. I know I'm not going to try a trade into this swing trade here, so that's not an issue for me. So get some exercise. Get some exercise and get away from the screens a little bit. Realize that life balance is important. I need to focus on that myself. If you did stop by, thanks a lot. If you didn't, well, thanks anyway. Cooler out today. It's only 30 C. Normally it's 34 or 35. It has been all week. That's a little better. I was hoping we were going to get some rain, but yeah. All right, we got about 3 minutes here. And I for one, am going to be glad when this day's over. hasn't been very exciting, and it has been sort of disappointing. Trading, that's trading. Trading with statistics. This was actually the first break, but after this mess down here, what are you going to do? That's actually a double break, right? Yeah, it's no way to trade. This is nothing to trade, and it was all based on the Trump dump. Here. So not, I don't feel bad. I do feel bad about this damn mouse bumping into my mixer and putting a little fat finger over there. But it's not, certainly wasn't an intentional overtrade or anything stupid. So I do have to figure out what to do about that. I've got my mixer up on a pedestal, so it's out of the way. I think what I did actually was bump into the keyboard. Oh, this mouse is a Logitech MX Master 25, and the buttons hang over the front. So if you hit the button from the front, it actually, that's how it triggers, in addition to pushing down on it. So that's what happened. And it's not the first time. But according to the dialogue that I see here, I should be able to shut off automatic market orders in this column so that they would throw a dialog box, which would be fine because I never enter with market orders over here anyway. So I usually always enter with limits, so that's not a problem. Better than accidentally getting in there, whether you wanted to or not. And I try to be real careful about it, but I was just, moving around after that Trump dump, and I bumped into the keyboard here. I was busy watching the rest of it, and the rest is history, as they say. So there we have it. Have yourself a great weekend, and take care of your health, take care of yourself, and be back here Sunday night, perhaps, for sure, Monday morning at 8 o'clock. Thanks very much, and I am very happy to close the stream off. That's 7 hours on the clock.